Alrighty, guys. Good evening. Happy fucking Monday. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening so far, guys. Tonight, guys, on the we're probably gonna be playing more Nemesis, but maybe doing some Doctor. Maybe doing some Doctor as well. We'll see, guys. Oh no, you have too many channel points. Well, luckily I added another channel point thing today. Yeah, it's called Dump More Points. And now you can dump up to 500,000 points. So, you're set. You're set. Uh-huh. Good. Yeah, we didn't have any really remarkable games yesterday. It's just periodic cheaters and sweaty lobbies. Hey, look, watch. Well, you actually have to refresh the chat. I'll demonstrate for you, so you can do this. Yeah, you go right here to your channel points, and then you click dump more points. And then, oh my god, I dumped more points. See? You should do that too. You should click that button. I dumped more points. See? You should click that button. That's just for you. Yeah, look at that. See? An even better reward. It has more in it. It has more in the title. Why wouldn't it be better than what you already have? I know, you're just waiting to save up for it, right? Alrighty, guys. Let's see what's going on the Reddits. I suspect we're going to see a piece from John Oliver about the imperialist regime that is the monarchy in UK. Mainly because he's actually from the UK, so I'm sure we're actually going to see something probably next week. Take a look at his piece tonight. Yeah, there's a decent number of people right now that are attacking it. I just fucking read a piece, was it on Time? Yeah. It was like a long written piece about basically how the British monarchy is horrible, and they've done a bunch of horrible things, and then they sum it all up as Queen Elizabeth was the most horrible of all because she's a monarch, right? Putting aside chronology, putting aside the fact that time happens, yeah. Anytime I see fucking someone say reparations, it usually means entitlement. You know, that's where we are now. People can't just move on. I mean, I don't know the Queen's jewels. I'm not from India. I'm not from UK, but I don't feel entitled to their wealth or that they should have to give it back. Most of it was generated from their past. There's a lot of stuff that happens over time, guys, and it's not always good, but it's important to move on so people can actually get on with their lives and so we can actually come together and unite as human beings, and that doesn't happen when people just constantly obsess about the past. And it would be a little bit different if my relatives were shit on or something like that, but they weren't. I'm not talking about like distant relatives either. I'm talking like immediate relatives, someone that you knew. And most people are not in that case. They just like talking about their heritage, and then that it makes them feel a certain way. And it wouldn't for me, because I don't know. I barely knew my great-grandparents. And, yeah. You know, my grandparents, and then, of course, people can actually change in their lifetimes, too. People are acting like atrocities, things that are happening right now. And aren't. Because 80 years passed, World War I happened, World War II happened, Industrial Revolution happened, Civil Rights Movement happened, we landed on the moon, we have computers literally in our hands that enable us to literally just pick up our pitchforks and torches and get on Facebook or Twitter. You know. The world has completely changed. Well, I wanted to take a look at that. I still haven't looked at that yet. Finished watching, Cobra Kai yesterday, guys. That's pretty good. Not as good as season 2, or excuse me, season 3. Season 3 of Cobra Kai is actually very good. Season 4, It was alright. It wasn't as good as Season 3, but it's still pretty good. Season 3 actually had some really, really good fights in it, especially at the end. Very good fights in it. Season 4, not so much. When they get the old people fighting, they aren't very limber. They aren't as limber as the kids are, and some of those kids are actually really fantastic at karate, as it turns out. Season 3 was fantastic. Season 4, eh. Why you don't want to live on the US-Canada border. Ah. Huh? You mean that little tippity-tip over there that's not Canada? That people actually live in? It's part of Canada, isn't it? Yeah, this is Canada. There's no tippity-tip here. This is all just Canada. Port Angels have a port? They do. Sorry. What the fuck are they talking about? Ah, Point Roberts. Yep, they must have a ferry. Must have a ferry here. Maybe not. Rich person thing? Yeah, there's a marina here. This is what they're talking about. There's literally a neighborhood split, one side Canada, one side United States. It's like a neighborhood was split in half. Oh. What's going on here? Border police, guys. That looks like a crossing. Actually, that looks like a border, doesn't it? Right there. There's customs, guys. That's how you get across. Sneak all the drugs in and out of the United States right there. Into Canada. Yeah, it literally just looks like they had roads that connected to each other at one point and they just chopped them off. Monument Park. Huh. I see. That would be a mistake. That would suck. I'm surprised they don't have a ferry here that allow you to skip basically customs. They do have a marina. I don't know if that'd be big enough. Maybe the marina has a big boat dock. I don't see a thing here. Oh, maybe. It's kind of, yeah, this is definitely a ferry. Maybe not. Ferries are stuff you can drive cars on, right? Like just a normal marina. We can, from Birch Bay, Roberts. Uh-huh. Canada. Like clean. It suggests you go all the way over there. Walking. Huh? Flight's not available. Hmm. This looks like it. Yeah, there's a ferry. That's a ferry, but it doesn't look like there's a ferry dock over here. Maybe it's just right here. It could be right here. There's a parking lot and everything, but there's also a marina. A lot of boats there. Ferry just comes along the side here. There has to be. Oh, maybe this is it. That looks like a dock you could drive on. There has to be a ferry here in order for them to get like food and logistic shit through the United States. Like for ordering stuff. Like if you ordered food from Canada, like all these restaurants here, guys, if they ordered food from Canada, it'd be a huge pain in the ass, a logistical nightmare, just constantly having to order across borders. Get food deliveries. Sure, it could be done, but that would be absurd. Yeah, there has to be a ferry here. Is it a mistake? Mm-hmm. Good though, guys. I'm kind of tired today, I'm not gonna lie. Had some stuff and things to do. Still not done, too. I'm gonna go get my coffee, guys. Be right back. Going high test today, guys. I got half calf coffee. Oh my god. I know, ridiculous. Leak benchmarks, don't care. We're gonna wait on that. There's gonna be a lot of leaks over the next couple months here. What really matters is when they finally test it. So. Good. What the fuck is wrong with people? Uh-huh. Yep. Yes. I swear, guys, some people never learn. I got like some people that like constantly tail me in different games just to be assholes, and like they've gotten to the point where they actually get reported and reported for harassment, and then the fucking CSRs or GMs, depends on what you look at them, come after them. And they keep trying to do it. Like, they do stupid shit like make alts and then do the same thing over again. And then they try to cycle it out with, like, separate accounts and stuff. Like, stalker shit. Like, real creepy stalker shit. And they just won't give it up. It's ridiculous. Absolutely fucking hilarious. Like, what people will do in their spare time. Doesn't make sense. Like I said, when we talk about cheating guys in video games, when I talk about someone coming home and cracking a beer and just wanting to shit on kids, there are some people whose lives are so shit that they literally look for anything in their life to give it purpose. Anything at all. And as such, they'll do some really fucked up stuff. And then they somehow try to make justification for it. It's really weird shit, guys. Good stuff. Anyways, take a peek here, guys. Sense of humor. I have bread in my purse. Our pricey name brand flashlights on Amazon getting out of hand too. Yeah, it's kind of fucking weird. Lumen ratings on Amazon are just completely whack. Most notably from China brands, from Chinesium, are just completely out of control in terms of like lumen. They'll say like they're 1,000 lumens, but they're only actually 100. It is ridiculous. Kind of curious though about USB 4. Don't care. Theory crafting on new releases, new tech releases. You want to take a look at this? I don't think we have enough time for this though. Smarter Day is pretty fantastic. One of Blue Origin's rockets failed. I read about this earlier today, but actually jettisoned in time, so the capsule didn't make it to the exact height that it needed to. I was unmanned. Didn't make it to the exact height it needed to, but they're able to start the second stage sooner and actually got it to orbit regardless of the fact that the rocket had a critical malfunction, the original booster. Living in the tunnels. He lives in the sewer. Ah. And I kind of want to learn about mole people. Why modern movies suck? They hate their own fans. It's fucking weird how they keep doubling down on the woke bullshit. And they'll just, like, perpetuate the isms and phobes. And they keep doubling down on it, despite the fact that not everyone that dislikes them just, like, completely blackwashing everything. And just changing races for fun because it doesn't matter because they're fantasy characters, yet at the same time they would bitch and moan if they weren't. If you change them back, right, they'll just completely bitch and moan. Or there isn't enough representation if they aren't there in the first place, regardless of the story. Yeah, just like double standards, hypocrisy, and it's fucking weird because they keep doing it over and over. Like, there's no one asking them to do it. For the most part, there's no one asking them to do it, and they're just doing it anyways. And then they don't even add, like, they don't do good stories on top of it. They just do it for the sake of doing it. And people dislike it, and then they just keep doing it. Fucking weird. I do want to watch, well, I want to watch all these, actually. Let's take a look at Critical Drinker. What is he bitching about today?
You know, generally I consider Twitter to be nothing more than a festering cesspool of hatred, envy, virtue signaling, and pointless life-sucking arguments between people that never have. And
one of the shittiest things about Twitter, guys, kind of a segue here. One of the shittiest things about Twitter is the fact that when you want to argue, like when you debate with people, the debate on Twitter, because of the way the threading works, the way responses work and how they show up to other people is so jarring and disjointed from each other. It's next to impossible to have like more than a 3-response conversation with anyone on Twitter. And Twitter could definitely fix that if they wanted to. Like the threading, the responses, the response tree are so fucked up. All it basically shows you is like what gets the most upvotes for the most part, trending and what gets the most upvotes. And it won't show you everything in between that you need to see to actually get like a realistic picture of what's going on. I hate that. I absolutely hate that. It's next to impossible to respond to people in a meaningful way on Twitter.
probably never will meet each other in the real worlds, but every so often you stumble across little grains of truth and pearls of wisdom, one of which happened this morning while I was taking a shit in my neighbour's garden. Wait, what? Anyway, this one took the form of a lengthy Twitter thread describing a growing trend amongst major movie studios of intentionally provoking and antagonising fan bases in order to gain attention and deflect criticism from what they've made, a practice known as fan baiting. The OP described it thusly. Fan baiting is a form of marketing used by producers, film studios, and actors with the intent of exciting artificial controversy, garnering publicity, and explaining away the negative reviews of a new and often highly anticipated product. It's something a lot of us in the world of film criticism have suspected for some time now, and it neatly explains a lot of the seemingly baffling decisions that drive modern movie production. Ever wondered why studios, directors, and actors make such a point of hyping up the diversity of the film's cast rather than the film itself?
Yep.
Ever wondered why it's become common practice to race and gender swap popular legacy characters rather than create interesting new ones?
Whitewashing, by the way, is a thing, but blackwashing is not a thing. It's race bending or race swapping.
Ones that are purpose-built. Ever wondered why the release of any major production is almost always accompanied by a storm of shill media articles endlessly prattling?
Dude, holy shit. Holy shit. I mentioned this a little bit, guys, but holy fuck. The shill monster was out in spades for was it the Rings of Power? What was it? They're comparing it to Breaking Bad. It wasn't Rings of Power. It was House of the Dragon. They were comparing it to Breaking Bad and saying it was better than Breaking Bad. And apparently they saw like one episode. There were so many articles that compared it directly to Breaking Bad because Breaking Bad's the best TV series in existence. It's not, by the way. It's one of the best, but it's not the best. One of the best TV series in existence. And I just started comparing it constantly to Breaking Bad. Breaking Bad, it's just better than Breaking Bad. Multiple articles I read said basically it had exactly the same comparison, which is Breaking Bad. Multiple outlets, and even websites that like don't even cover like entertainment, like IP. What is it? IPN. It's the gaming website. IGN. Like IGN doesn't normally cover that stuff, and they're just like writing shitloads of articles on House of the Dragon. and Rings of Power. Like stuff, like it's just like you can tell like they literally just took like the fucking marketing stick and went that just like took the throttle and just went full tilt on it.
How important the latest piece of generic corporate trash is for whatever social political cause happens to be popular right now, and dismissing any dissenting voices as toxic, hateful bigots. Well, wonder no longer, dear viewer, because basically it all comes down to fan baiting. And since it's all been brought into very sharp focus by the controversy swirling around Rings of Power over the past few months, I figured this might be an interesting topic for us to explore together. So strap in, because the drinker's taking you on another installment of Why Modern Movies Suck. It all began in the year of our Lord 2016 with the release of the rebooted Ghostbusters movie. Now, you don't need me to tell you that this film was a failure in basically every aspect of its production, from the tedious and derivative plot to the unfunny jokes, hammy performances, and cringe-inducing dance scenes. Paul Feig just wants to dance, you guys! But none of this seemed to matter at the time because, according to the news media, the only thing that anyone cared about was the gender of the four main characters. They certainly didn't hate the movie because it was poorly written, horribly acted, and shoddily produced by a creative team that either lacked the motivation or the intellectual capacity to understand the source material. Oh no, they just couldn't stand to see four women taking a man's place on the big screen. Don't question this any further, it's just pure sexism, take our word for it.
It's ism
and
and
somehow,
phobes.
through some combination of Lovecraftian manipulation and absolute stupidity, the studio even managed to get the movie embroiled in the US presidential election.
You gotta be fucking kidding.
That's right, seeing Ghostbusters 2016 became an actual political act.
Yeah.
Because if you didn't support the female Ghostbusters, then clearly you didn't support the female presidential candidate either. And that could only mean you were voting for the Orange Man. Leslie Jones.
I'm so
became
sick
another
of both
big
sides
focal
at this
point
point,
of the
guys.
media war
Republicans
around
and
this
Democrats.
movie.
I'm fucking
It's no
sick of
secret
both of
that our
them.
character Patty didn't
Oh my
exactly
God, the
endear
pandering
herself
that
to
both sides do,
fans.
the
She
stupid
was
shit both
loud,
sides do.
annoying, and
Just-
obnoxious, and Jonesy's
I really
overbearing
wish the
performance didn't exactly
game-
help the situation.
I really wish the U.S. had ranked choice voting. And if you guys don't know what ranked choice voting is, it's order candidates in the one you want to win the most to least. So that means that candidates that are in the center can actually win. And that means you don't have to vote for one of the two big candidates, right? You could vote for someone that's independent or a different party other than Democrat or Republican. And that would be a very, very good thing. And unfortunately, we aren't there. And maybe we'd have some sort of balance in the U.S. And instead, it keeps going further and further to each side. And it's absurd. I know I'm not the only one that's sick of it at this point.
There were plenty of legit reasons to criticise both the character and the actor, none of which had anything to do with the colour of her skin, but naturally the media chose to focus in on the small minority of racist assholes who did exactly that. So guess what the narrative became? Racist toxic fans harass black actress. Any legit
This is actually really big right now. If you guys didn't know, there's two different. Everyone they're doing exactly this. It's exactly the same formula where they're just hyper focusing on it. They did it with Reva in Obi-Wan, even though Reva's just a fucking horrible character. Both the actor and the character were just really bad. They did it with Rings of Power and with House of the Dragon. I keep calling Game of Thrones in my mind. House of the Dragon and Rings of Power, they're both doing that with the race swapped characters. The hatred that they're getting on Twitter, they're just hyper focusing on that. And basically anyone that dislikes the characters being race swapped is just racist, is basically what it comes down to. You are in the boat with the racists.
criticisms of the character or her performance immediately went out the window, and the only thing people saw was that all-important emotionally manipulative headline, conveniently forgetting the fact that nobody had a problem with Ernie Hudson's Winston 3 decades earlier. Truly, there was no ploy or gambit, no matter how dirty or desperate, that they wouldn't try to use to sell this movie. But as it turned out, all the underhanded tactics in the world couldn't make Ghostbusters a hit. But what it did do was set the fan baiting ball rolling, and pretty soon this shit became standard practice within the industry. Not just an uncomfortable reality of a hyper-polarized marketplace, but an accepted part of a project's marketing strategy. And truly, one of the biggest offenders has got to be Disney. They're practically falling over themselves to antagonize their own fans these days and farm the
Yeah, If you guys have seen the latest release sequence of Disney movies, they basically race swapped all the characters.
Result in
the main
controversy
ones.
for everything it's worth. You thought Rose Tico was a badly written character who added nothing to The Last Jedi and actually took away from pre-existing characters like Finn?
Yeah.
Shut up, you bigot. You're no different from the people who chased Kelly Marie Tran off social media.
Finn was such
You
a
thought Captain
disappointment.
Marvel was
He was set out to be a Jedi, and they just turned him into a laughingstock. It just like it had nothing to do with like him being a person of color. Like they literally just took him and just turned him into a laughingstock. He could have been a Jedi. He was in the first movie, in the first new movie. He was like set up in the trailers. He was set up to be a Jedi, and then they just depreciated him to comic relief. It was horrible. It was absolutely horrible. I thought he was going to be like one of the big casts, and he just turned into nothing.
kind of bland and unlikable, with no compelling struggle or conflict.
I don't know who Apollo
and
Creed
powers
is.
that basically make her
They
a
just did,
invincible god that nobody could challenge. Clearly, you just hate women.
Little Mermaid?
You thought the
There's a
Eternals
couple that
was
just
a
did.
boring, incoherent mess with no idea what it was trying to say or be, made by an inexperienced director that was completely out of her depth. You need to silence those disgusting thoughts because this film is literally saving lives. You thought the Mulan remake undermined the original's inspiring message about the value of hard work, determination, and resilience in favor of the lazy, meaningless, and potentially harmful platitude that being female makes you automatically brilliant at everything? God, you're such a toxic hater. Damn man, it's even gotten to the point where they wheel out these excuses and thinly veiled provocations before the product even gets released. Like Tim Miller with Terminator Dark Fate, who proudly proclaimed the androgynous thing... Sorry, old habits die hard. Grace would be an awesome character for enlightened individuals, but would scare the crap out of basement-dwelling misogynists. Oh no, Tim, please stop.
Butter
The
ups to
implication
Rocky.
was as subtle as a purple unicorn with a
Was he
chainsaw
black?
superglued
I've-
to its
I-
forehead.
I've watched the
If
Rocky
you didn't
movies,
like
but it was
this
a long time ago.
character, and by extension,
I
the
believe
film
so.
she
It was one of his
in,
big
then
fights, wasn't it?
clearly You're the problem. Or how about
It's
Moses
fucking weird
and
because there's plenty of black actors that are just fantastic, like Morgan Freeman. Wesley Snipes, maybe not so much. He's just really like hardcore, like built super hardcore. Yeah, and it's fucking weird.
from Obi-Wan Kenobi, who was apparently briefed in advance by Lucasfilm that she'd be getting racist hate.
I
from
love the
toxic
actors
fans,
in Raised by Wolves. I don't
almost
know
like
their
they were
names.
counting on it happening.
Both-
I mean, I'm not
both
for
of
a
them were
moment
actually really good,
suggesting
the
that
androids.
studios would create sock puppet accounts on social media to false flag harass their own actors and drum up controversy to help defend their shitty products or anything. But wouldn't you know it,
Yep.
some can
Wait,
and drum up
this
would
actually
create
happened to me.
sock puppet accounting on it happening. I mean, I'm racist hate from toxic fans. Almost like they were counting on it happening. I mean, I'm not for a moment suggesting that studios would create sock puppet accounts on social media to false flag harass their own actors and drum up controversy to help defend their shitty products or anything. But wouldn't you know it, some convenient cherry-picked examples were soon produced out of the tens of thousands of social media interactions she probably gets,
Yep.
thus negating any actual criticism
I
of
actually
the
got
character,
silenced on
the
Facebook
right
for my reviews on. It wasn't Obi-Wan. Book of Boba Fett, where I was pointing out Lucasfilm Star Wars or Disney. I don't know who's doing it. Someone's doing it though, but I made a comparison with Book of Boba Fett, where I was talking about how Bubba and Mandalore were just fucking terrible what they're doing. They're just making him like into a laughing stock where they just jump out in the middle of the street. Like the series was so fucking bad. Like they just like didn't understand the characters. Like you have experienced bounty hunters and they're sitting on rooftops and they just use their jetpacks and they jetpack into the middle of an intersection and they just sit here and start going like pew 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 and then they start getting shot down. Oh no, they're getting shot down because they did something incredibly fucking stupid. You know, you think bounty hunters wouldn't give up the high ground for an open intersection when they literally could just sit on top of the buildings, but they did. And it was one of the things I got pointed out. I got pointed out for inciting violence when I was talking about this stuff. Yeah, I got my account silenced. So I'm like someone that would, apparently there's equivalent of someone that's trying to incite violence around the world. Yeah, by pointing out the stupid things that Bubba and Mando did in Boba Fett. It was fucking terrible. And then, not Finn, what's her name? Finn's Star Wars. Well, I mean, that's another Star Wars. Shit, what's her name? Another F. Like, I'd have to look up the message. I just took a screenshot of it because it was so absurd. It had a lot of really stupid shit that was going on. Finnick. There it is, Finnick. Yeah, and like she just like she constantly just does what Bubba should do as the leader. Just constantly does what Bubba does and does it better. So he just basically sits there and acts like an old fuck that has no idea what's going on around him. And then she just in like the last sequence, she just fucks off to somewhere to hunt down someone that had no meaning on the battle. It was pretty absurd. There's a lot of really stupid shit. I mean, that was one of the things, right? They were talking about race and gender swapped Bond, right?
Or the show at large. How's that Little Mermaid trailer working out for you, Disney? But it's not just Disney that have got into the fan baiting game. It was the same deal with the new Resident Evil show on Netflix, which turns out to be an absolutely laughable disaster with almost nothing to do with its source material. But what did all the promotion and media articles focus on before its release? The fact that the showrunners took an iconic antagonist known for his blonde swept-back hair and sunglasses and recast him with a black actor. The intention was clear. They were trying to bait the fan base into reacting to such a bizarre change so they could cry racism and ignore actual criticism of the turd that they'd produced. And let's not bullshit each other here. This kind of guilt by association crap has an impact, not just on public perception, but on professional critics as well. People whose theoretical job it is to assess the strengths and weaknesses of a new piece of media fairly, without bias or undue influence, so they can give the general public a reasonable sense of whether a new project is worth watching. Because really, who wants to be lumped in with all those toxic bigots that dare to criticise a movie for having a diverse cast? Who wants to be ostracised from their peers, lose that all-important access to premieres and set visits, and tainted with an accusation that they can never quite escape for the rest of their careers? Ever wondered why critic and audience scores look like they're reviewing completely different movies these days? It's because it's easier to take the safe option and praise the things you're expected to.
Yeah, well, it's two things here. Probably they're getting paid. Obviously, it's safer, like what he's talking about, because no one wants to get canceled. They're getting paid. It's safer. Paid as in shills, like they're paid to give their opinion on it in the way that they want to, a bought opinion, right? But at the same time, critical audience reviews are going the same way. Oftentimes, there'll just be a lot of one-liners in there, which is normal for a lot of people. They don't spend a lot of time doing stuff, right? So you have to look for the critical audience reviews.
Praise rather than risk voicing your true opinions. I mean, really, do you think Black Panther would have been lavished with such wild, borderline hysterical praise if it had been set in Northern Europe and starring an all-white cast? The sad reality is that controversy creates attention. Which brings me at last to what may be the ultimate example of fan baiting, the Rings of Power. Right from the start, the atmosphere around this show was pretty contentious. After years
I don't
of
think this is...
reboots,
So, the weird thing here is, I don't think... He's going at this from the angle that they're doing this to generate hype. And I think this is a PR maneuver. I think this is cleanup after the fact. I think they have people on their staff that firmly believe in what they're doing, and that this is the right and just way of doing it. And as such, all they're interested in is checkboxes. Like, they're putting the Barbies next to each other in the dream house. And that's what they're doing, and that's all they're doing. That's all they really care about. He's coming at this at an angle where he believes that the end goal is literally just to make a steaming turd and then act like just to bait fans into doing it so it gets more attention. I disagree. You're spending, it's like 800 million on Rings of Power. They aren't spending that money just to troll their fans. They definitely think that what they're doing is the right way of doing it. It's just not. It's definitely not. They think that that's the right way of doing things, and they're just like misaligned. They're like in their ivory tower, where they just assume they're completely disconnected from reality, and they think if they do this a certain way, everyone's going to like it, right? And he's coming at this like it is the end goal is to troll their fans to get people to watch it more, to cover up the fact that it's a shitter. And I disagree. I don't think the end result. I think this is being used as cleanup, as what do you call that? Quality control? No. It's basically being used to clean up the mess afterwards. And there's a name for it. And at the end of the day, like they're just like, hey, maybe we went the wrong direction with this, but let's do whatever we can to salvage it. Because it's capitalism, right? At the end of the day, these companies want to make money. So they're using capitalism in any way they can to try and shoe up the end. And they don't care how they do it, by the way. These are companies that want to earn money. So at the end of the day, if they realize they made a dumpster fire, they're like, hey, we made a dumpster fire here. Let's actually try to, get a little bit back here. Let's try do whatever we can to clean it up. right? Damage control. There we go. Thanks, guys. Damage control. Someone willed it to me with their psychic powers. They're using damage control to try and clean up the ends, the pieces after they fall on the board. I don't think that Rings of Power 800 million, I don't think Bezos spent 800 million to troll the fans into trying to call on their bullshit. That's not, they tried to produce a masterpiece and they went about it all the wrong ways. And as such, fans get angry because they're shitting on basically the legacy of the last Lord of the Rings movies. And even with like the original 3 trilogy, and then you have The Hobbit. Then you have The Hobbit on top of it. The Hobbit was way too long, but it was still better than what's coming out today. The Hobbit was pretty terrible because it was so long-winded. They could have turned it down. Probably 2 movies would have been good. You can't really do like one really long movie because 3.5 hours, people just want to get out of the seat at that point, right? So if you're going to go 3.5 hours, you better do like two 2-hour movies or something like that, right? But 3 movies was definitely way too long for The Hobbit. And it was epic. It was one of the first movies I've ever watched in HFR, and probably it's still one of the first movies and only movie I've watched in HFR. Actually, 2, I think. I think I saw the first and second one in HFR, which is high frame rate movies, high frame rate something. But basically, the movie was shot in 48 FPS instead of 24, and they could have sequences. I still remember the battle with trolls inside the cave in which they're chasing on a platform. There's 3 different levels of the platform. It's like playing a video game. There's like 3 different levels of the platform. There were 3 separate battles going on 3 of these levels, and you could keep track of every single thing that was happening on those levels. It's something I've never experienced in any other movie. Transformers could have definitely used 48 FPS, but people are like, oh no, it looks too CGI. Oh no. No shit. Welcome to reality where you can actually see things, right? But it was still, I would trade that little break of illusion for 48 FPS because it was fantastic. It was phenomenal. It was the troll battle in the caves, and then it was when they're in barrels going down the river when they're escaping the troll cave too on top of it. And then the barrels, there's like 3 different, they like set up 3 separate actions. It's like watching a movie and having 3 movies in one. It was pretty absurd because there's 3 separate things going on the screen at once. They did the barrel where they got the guy spinning in the center here on the screen. You got a guy like running over the edge over here on the side. You got a barrel rolling on the rocks over here on the other side. And there is no way you can actually look at that and see the kind of like clearly see what was going on in there without it being in 40 FPS. And to this day, it is still one of the best action sequences I've seen because there was no substitute for clear vision. There's absolutely none. And even today, like the bare minimum for video games is like 60, right? Yeah, we're talking about 48. Yeah, it is pretty absurd. And it was night and day difference. Night and day fucking difference. And putting that aside, like these people I was reading one of the posts on social media, and someone said, don't hold Rings of Power to the original 3 trilogy because it will never live up to it. When they're spending 800 million on a fucking 10 episode series, 10 or 8, 10 episode series, they better fucking live up to the original movies. And the reason for that is because they spent so much fucking money on it, there is no fucking excuse there's no fucking excuse that it shouldn't be good. That's at the end of the day, it comes down to raw talent of the cast, the writers, the choreography, the people designing the sets. It comes down to the talent because basically money is no object. When you're talking 800 million, money is basically no object. And it's not exactly 800 million. It's like 256 million for the rights for the series in the first place from the Token estate. Yeah, that was insanely expensive. And then it's like 500 million or 430. It's not exactly 800. It's like 750 or something. It's like 436 million for the first season. That's absurd. That's absurd amounts of money. Absolutely absurd.
Remake.
Yeah, progressive trailblazers. Like I said, they're up in their ivory tower, just completely detached from reality. They just think, it really makes me, like, I would never want to go to college right now, guys. There is this perception where college is supposed to teach culture now, and I don't agree with that. Unless you're taking a class that is very particular about a very particular subject, they should not be teaching you like what you should think and act to people in real life. And that's what they're doing now. And that's pretty absurd. And you can sum that up as woke bullshit or whatever you want. And I do think that places should be safe. So I'm not saying that they shouldn't take action on like bigots and racists and stuff like that. But at the same time, I don't think it's their job to shelter you from reality. And I think a lot of the problem with writers nowadays is they're so sheltered from reality and so separated from reality, they don't even realize what's going on. They just do whatever they're taught in college. And then at the end of the day, they're like, they don't really understand why things are going wrong because it's so separate from their zeitgeist or their mindset that they had in college. Like I went to college like when I graduated 10 years ago at this point. I graduated 12 years ago at this point. And there was none of that. I took sociology classes. There was definitely some gender studies classes in there, which I didn't take. Sociology, which was taught by a very feminist professor, but she still taught basically the source material, and it didn't have a lot of agenda in it. Nowadays, I'm sure it's just boatloads of agenda, and that's just the way it is. And I got a psych degree too, so it wasn't just like there's a lot of social classes in there. It's not just purely hard sciences with something like mechanical engineering or aerospace engineering or something. And it's not remotely the same today. And it definitely feels, based on some of my friends that are teachers, it definitely feels like they're drinking the Kool-Aid too, because this is what they're told to do. And then they're perpetuating the whole thing too. So then, like, you have entire generations that are just like, they have to they beep boop. They beep boop that you can race swap a white character with a black character, but then somehow they don't connect it to whitewashing, which is what was really horrible, right? Like 50 years ago, you have people blackfacing and stuff like that. That's bad. And then you have people that are now being race swapped, race bended, race swapped, which is, blackwashing, depending on which character they're being swapped to, race they're being swapped to. And they don't see it as the same thing. And it's like there's detachment from hypocrisy and being not controversial. Well, I mean, controversial too, but contradictory. Like internally, they aren't seeing the conflict and the contradictory things that are going on around them. And he's, once again, Critical Drinker, I think, is looking at this the wrong way. He grabbed onto a term and he thought it's amazing because it's basically talking about what he is, but I think it's going about it the wrong way. I don't think they spent $800 million. Fucking Bezos did not spend $800 million on Rings of Power to make a troll statement to fans. That's not what's going on here. But this is what they're doing.
And modern reinterpretations of classic franchises. Nobody was particularly optimistic about Amazon buying up the rights to one of the most beloved fantasy stories of all time. Would they stay true to the lore or change it to suit their needs? Would they honor the spirit of Tolkien's work or twist it and remake it to reflect the world we live in today? The answers came soon enough with the first batch of promotional images, which made sure to feature race-swapped elves, dwarves and hobbits in center stage that were never part of Tolkien's world, and
so the hobbits, legitimately, the hobbits, I believe, were actually supposed to be like black hobbits. That's the way that it worked. They have a name for them. They're like the Ishlam or something. There's a particular race of hobbits that were actually darker skinned. So that's legit. The dwarves are not, and the elves are not. Once again, it's pretty easy from a very most people understand this is genetics are basically the way you look, and it's not rocket science. Two people fuck, their kids look like them, right? That's the way it works. So if their kids don't look like them, you have to come up with a backstory of why their kids don't look like them. And usually there are some apart, so they'll have the genetics, and usually skin tones will generally be split between two halves. It's just the way that works. It's not like either or. It's not like recessive genes like with like gingers. There's a particular name for that, for like red hair and like ultra white pasty face, like albinos. It's not the same thing. They'll usually end up somewhere in between. So you can generally straight out, and their bone structure will be similar. Their facial structure will be similar. Their hair will be similar, right? Hair is a little bit different though, because it also has recessive things. There's black hair, for instance, is very dominant. Brown and black hair is very dominant. Hence my hair.
Female political leaders.
And it's incredibly easy to see once, if they don't look anything like everyone else that's part of their family, you go, did they fuck the mailman or were they adopted, right? And nowadays you'd ledge more towards adopted because it's rude to suggest that they, there was some controversy in their family, right? Someone was not quite, open marriages, right? Maybe not, but there might be some infidelity in there. Just throwing that out there, a little bit of infidelity. This is a little bit of infidelity, but maybe not. Maybe they had an agreement with their neighbor. Who knows? But the thing is, like, you can tell immediately if genetically they look. Is probably one of the easiest things for people to understand. It's one of the things that people are most biased about because it's immediately noticeable when someone looks different from you, right? So you notice when people look different from each other. And, I mean, they can still have a black elf in there. They just have to have a fucking backstory for him. And they don't really.
turned into sword-swinging girl-boss soldiers. They were practically daring the fans to challenge them, and when they inevitably did, the first batch of hit-piece show media articles surfaced. Pretty soon, this one topic became the focal point for the show.
They had the 3 original casts. So from Lord of the Rings, they had the 3 original hobbits: Bilbo, Sam, and then I forgot the third wheel guy's name. The Bilbo, Sam, and the 3 guys come back and like say, "We support what's going on here with the diversity," and I'm sure they were paid handsomely for their opinion on it because no one actually cares about the actors anymore.
Show's entire marketing campaign. Actors, writers, and producers spent more time trying to defend and justify their casting choices rather than talking about the show itself.
Yeah, no shit.
Sophia Nomvet somehow became the spokesman for the entire cast, banging on endlessly about how playing a dwarf with a different skin color from other dwarves we've seen until now is some kind of glass ceiling shattering event that puts her up there with Rosa Parks and Martin Luther King.
This represents progression. This represents an acknowledgement of where we have been and a will to get to where we need to be in order for this to be accessible to everyone.
Fucking calm down, love. You're not saving the world here. The image they
think they do, though.
Convey
That's
is a
the
band
weird
of
thing, is
brave,
they actually
noble
think they do.
artists under siege by braying hordes of toxic, hateful fans, conveniently ignoring the fact that they're the ones who created the monster they're now fighting. They chose to go against the source material they claim to have such reverence for, knowing that it would piss people off, but doing it anyway. They chose to shout those changes from the rooftops, rubbing it in the faces of the actual fan base who they'd already pissed off. They chose to turn their show into some kind of cultural flashpoint in the hopes that it would deflect attention and criticism away from what they'd actually produced. Like I've said before in a previous video, diverse casting is without doubt a good thing in principle. Giving people from different backgrounds, cultures, races and genders a chance to be represented on screen is the fair and right thing for any studio to do. But it doesn't mean it can be done in every single project, regardless of the setting and context, because the reality is that sometimes it just doesn't fit, no matter how hard you try to bend reality around you. If I made a
Because genetics, right? I know it's kind of crazy, but genetics are a thing. It's you look like your parents. I'm sorry, guys. You look like your parents, and if you don't, maybe you need to have a conversation with your parents you haven't had yet.
movie about pre-colonial Native Americans and randomly sprinkled some white actors into the tribe with no explanation, then people would have every right to question that creative choice. It wouldn't make...
He picked this one, but my absolute favorite is, imagine if they remade Black Panther and they used, like, Tom Hanks or Bruce Willis or someone just completely Nicolas Cage or something. Just someone a prolific white actor that just replaced Black Panther with a white actor. It's race bending, right? Why not? Because that would be seen as blackwashing, wouldn't it? Or whitewashing, excuse me.
Make them bigoted or racist. It would just make them
or just
normal,
random white
rational
people in
human
Wakanda.
beings. You know that what...
Or like I watched, what was the series? There's a couple good series that came out of Korea. The most recent was All of Us Are Dead. They have really weird names. I think All of Us Are Dead now. Or All of Us Are Going to Be Dead. Something like that. Imagine they're just random white casts in there and black people. Just all over the place. Yeah, just why not? Just like exactly like in New York City, right? Because it doesn't match. Have I watched Prey yet? No. You're talking about, this is the new Predator movie, if you're curious about that. No, I have not.
I'm showing them doesn't match up with reality.
Because genetics. People from certain parts of the world look a certain way. That's just the way it is. Because they fuck each other. And then they make kids that look like them. Yay. This, like, do I really need to explain this to people now? I don't think I do. But here we are. I think this is one of the most basic things to understand is people from a certain geographic area, especially when you go further and further back in time, look the same. And the reason for that is because they all fuck each other. And they don't get out. They don't leave their area because it's incredibly difficult to leave their area. So one area of the globe does not fuck the other area of the globe, and that's because they don't leave because it's incredibly difficult. You travel in a carriage for a day and you travel 20 miles, one of those things, right? Yeah, so people generally fuck people from their village and they just basically turns into inbreeding and they just all look the same. And it's just the way it works, right? They all look the same. Yeah. And it's just the way it works. It's not Grand Central Station in New York City in 2022. And I think most people understand this, and that's really kind of grabbing people the wrong way at this point.
Trying to paint them as such would make me seem like a total asshole trying to dodge criticism. It's the same shitty tactics that go all the way back to Ghostbusters 2016, just more advanced and better organised now. But it results in the same depressing outcome. Actual fans get so burned and pissed off with the treatment of their franchise that they go into it with the worst possible outlook, determined to find problems and unwilling to even give it a fair chance. Yeah, it might garner you some short-term sympathy from a general public that doesn't get to see the full picture.
That's dying out, by the way. I've talked about this. I've talked about the woke bullshit in media for probably the last 4 years when it started becoming more and more and more prevalent. For probably about the last 4 years. And if you look at any of the threads on like the new movies and series now, they're talking about the same thing, and everyone just jumps to defend it and says if anyone talks about like left politics in this show, like they're just a horrible person, that sort of thing. It's isms and phobes, right? And people just don't want to just have their mouth tipped back, opened up, and just fisted with propaganda for like a good 3 hours. It's not enjoyable. It's not enjoyable constantly being told how to act and think constantly by other people that seem to think you'd know you and everything else around them better. Just regardless of what your beliefs are, or where you're from, or what you do, it doesn't matter. And that's basically what it's coming down to, and it's horrible because you can't enjoy yourself doing that, right? Speaking of which, guys, there's still some series that have managed to buck this trend. I would say Cobra Kai is well worth watching, as well as there's still bits in it. They still have diversity. They still have representation. There's bits and pieces in there, but it's not the main part of the show. And Cobra Kai is like a lighthearted comedy. I'd actually say it's become more of a drama action series, but still pretty good. And then What We Do in the Shadows, another good one, by the way. Another comedy. And I'd say it's really difficult to find comedy in the U.S. anymore at this point. Everything's super politically correct, and it has to have a message in it. Exactly the same sort of message that everyone else is perpetuating, and it's tough. Some of the better comedy shows, Letterkenny, Shoresy, are from Canada, and I really hope there's some things in the U.S., guys, people should not, like other countries, should not copy right now, and we're like trying to find ourselves, and as such, like people complain all the time about like brainwashing and like bullshit from like politics from Democrats, Republicans, right from one side or the other side, but it is literally in the media and it's constantly being shoveled to you right now. And I'm not trying to say that like TV and movies specifically. TV and movies are mainly more left leaning, and then it's very right leaning. TV and movies are very few and far between. It's kind of weird how that works, but mainly like Fox News, right, is very right leaning, and any associated channels with Fox News. Right leaning, it doesn't really have a place in TV and media right now. Yeah, it's fucking weird. Like heavy political bias. And I don't know. Like people just don't enjoy shit like that.
From critics scared of being lumped in with the enemies of the state. But in the long term, nothing good comes out of this stuff. With less honest
I think this, once again, I think this is damage control. I don't think this is intentional.
There's less incentive for
I think they really think what they're writing is good and golden, and it's going to change the world when in fact it is horrible.
Feedback loop where they hear nothing but good things from the professional sources they trust.
They're so far in their ivory tower that
any criticism as invalid and motivated purely by personal bias. And if you want an example of the overall quality of movies and TV shows being adversely affected, well, look at what we've produced over the past 5 or 6 years. It
is one to shit. Good anime is dried up. It's not because it is woke bullshit. It seems like creativity is kind of dried up. It actually feels kind of an awful lot like politics is in lieu of good writing. It feels like because they can't think of anything creative, they just write in politics because it's easy, right? Stuff in real life is easy to write in because it's all everywhere around you. But when it comes down to writing a creative story with world building, empires, things that are happening around them, like I was reading some of the reviews or people talking about like Rings of Power, and they were talking about how what was it? How they have like slaves in the series, and the cast wasn't like there wasn't enough diversity. There weren't enough black people. Putting aside that Rings of Power, House of the Dragon, Witcher, Wheel of Time, all those universes have representation, and they're just not exactly where you're looking at it every single moment. Once again, the world is split up. But if you have a split up world, if you have bias and racism in your world, then you as an author are then like you are racist, right? So if one race, which makes sense, there's tons of people in the world that are racist. In China, people are very racist against people that aren't Chinese, for instance. that's the way it works. A lot of countries still have problems with racism, and like it's against white people, for instance. A lot of places in the world still have racism, and there's still slavery in third world countries, and there's all sorts of human rights violations all over the world. But people, instead of wanting to write about it and writing a scenario in which it actually happens, and it could be bad, it could be deplorable, it could be a horrible thing, right? You can have these scenarios in which stuff happens, and then the characters actually overcome it, right? They learn to group together, they learn to put aside their differences, their biases, their misconceptions about each other. They learn to put them on aside and work together, right? And become better and become unified. Instead of doing that, they're like, no, these guys have to be right next to each other right away, and they have to like each other and shake hands and be nice. Like I said, it's like having a Barbie house, and people are putting the Barbies in exactly the Ken dolls and the Barbies in exactly the right rooms right next to each other at the table. It's fucking weird and completely artificial, and I don't understand it. Like the story has to evolve. People have to, there has to be trials and tribulations and stuff that's wrong in the world so they can write it, right? You can't just write it immediately, then you don't have a story. Archer's pretty good too. Archer tends to escape it. I haven't watched the current season. There's a new season. Archer is hit and miss too. Like some of the seasons are pretty damn good, and other seasons like what was it? San Andreas, very good. Other seasons not so good. But Archer, I mean, that's a good series. They can have hit and miss. That's fine, right? If you can't write comedy gold all the time. It doesn't happen, right? Archer's pretty good. I'd agree.
For the most part, are just honest people looking for their big break. They're not
Pretty
likely
much.
to turn down career-defining roles.
And this is part of it too, is there's monetary behind this. So people they want a paycheck, right? So at the end of the day, a lot of things that people don't consider is she wanted to play this role because it was a career move, right? There's tons and tons and tons of actors, tons and actors that want to make it big. There's tons and tons and tons of actors in Hollywood trying to make it big, right? Because there's very limited roles, so it's very niche, and you have to be a certain type to actually end up in a certain role. So, if you can get a payday and it might appear on your resume, you don't really care, unless it's going to hurt you in the long run. So obviously they're going to side, this is what he's going for, obviously they're going to side with the paycheck that feeds them, right? That's in most places in the world, people will side with their paycheck because they want to stay in business, right?
Even if it means playing characters that they might not be suited to. But ultimately, they're just being used as both weapons and shields by giant studios in a never-ending war against their own fans. And along the way, they're probably going to get exposed to a lot of abuse that they don't deserve.
Yeah.
I guess what I'm trying to say with all of this is that the best way you can generate hype for your movie or TV show is to just focus on making the best content that you possibly can, telling the best story with the best writing and performances that everyone involved can deliver. There's plenty of options for working in actors of different genders or ethnic backgrounds, even in a place like Middle Earth, but simply dropping them randomly into cultures and locations that make no sense
Playhouse,
and
guys.
offering no explanation beyond "we have to reflect the world we live in today" isn't the way to do it. And lastly, trying to dismiss any and all criticism, regardless of the context or intent behind it, as hateful and toxic bigotry is at best disingenuous and at worst fucking detrimental to the success of your own products.
Sector 9?
Whether you
Sector
love them
8?
or hate them, the fans are the people ultimately writing your paychecks, and your success is tied to their appreciation of your work. You can fight them, you can ridicule them, you can provoke them, but the one thing you can't do is ignore them. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
What a time we live in, guys. Modern movies hate their own fans. Yeah. Adderall? I would actually say, guys, I mentioned it every time, but probably one of the best done versions of representation and diversity currently in film, where it doesn't take over the film, is Arcane. I think Arcane did a phenomenal job with that. The Riot show. And also, it's just a very good show in general. Another point I was going to mention here. Uh, was it Obi-Wan? I think it was 2 for Obi-Wan and 1 for Return of the Jedi, or whatever the first movie is. I made a comparison between tearing down old heroes with Cisco from Deep Space Nine. They're going to have a crossover with the new Star Trek with Curse Trek. Old actors from Deep Space Nine, and tearing down the new ones by talking about Luke spitting green milk all over himself and looking like a deplorable individual. I called them white trash, which apparently is racist, which I didn't think is racist. Actually, I don't even think it's racist. It's derogatory towards people that have lesser income, I think. Which I just thought it's a way of describing people that, just don't care about who they are. But as it turns out, apparently that's a derogatory term now, which I didn't know at the time. And I used it to describe what they're turning Cisco into. Cisco, by the way, is a black character. He's Captain. By the way, Deep Space Nine is probably the best version of Star Trek, if you're curious about that. On my stance on that. But Cisco is a black character from Deep Space Nine, and the captain of Deep Space Nine. Actually, is he the captain, or he's like the administrator? He's the lead person of Deep Space Nine. Which, by the way, once again, if you're looking for one of the best TV series, best Star Treks, Deep Space Nine would be it. So. You don't spend $800 million on Rings of Power to fucking bait fans into hating your series. That'd be a really weird move. I don't know why you'd ever do that. Just like you're trying to get people to hate your series. Why would you ever do that? Okay, well, I guess that's all we're watching tonight, guys. That was supposed to be a short piece, and it ended up talking about that for an hour. Yeah. Media, TV series, and movies right now. Very weird spot. Very, very, very weird spot in the U.S. It is hard to talk about any of them. Marvel movies, the MCU, comic book movies in general are just absolute shitbirds. They moved on from Phase 4 already to Phase 5 in Marvel, and it's just as bad. Like, one of the main faces of Marvel, by the way, they're all women except for Daredevil, and the only reason he's still there is because he's disabled. Otherwise, they purged all the white guys. Yeah, funny in and of itself. One of the main faces is Miss Marvel, which people thought that it was like a kid's show, but it's not, obviously, because she's one of the main faces of Phase 5, so, yeah. Fucking weird, guys. Very, very weird. We're in a, I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. There's a reason, DC already, if they pump the brakes on Batwoman, maybe there's hope for DC, but Marvel, on the other hand, they keep going balls deep, further and further balls deep. Heavily political, guys. That's the way that it goes. We don't have time to take a look at these. I do want to take a look at Tom Scott. He's fantastic, as well as John Oliver, but we don't have time tonight. That took way too long. A lot going on there, a lot to unpack. Did they fix export from Twitch, guys? Did they fix export from Twitch? Let's see. Where was I? You are Perooning my account? Oh, we'll get to that, don't worry. September 8th. Good for him. Oh my god. If he came down off his throne to actually write a reply to me. I'm sure it's something regarding streamer MMR. Yeah. OTR. Okay. Work. I think it worked. Did it work? Did it work? Hey! It's back, guys. Hey, we can do some uploads here and catch up again. I know that's why you're here, KSA, is because you can't watch my YouTube videos and stay caught up. Let's see. Where was I? No OTR. Reassurance. Reassurance Squad. Okay. September 7th. Okay. Farm hours. Eighth. For 9th. Hmm. September 10th. September 11th. Well, okay. All caught up, guys, finally. I'm gonna go wash my coffee cup out, guys. Grab a soda. Be right back. Okay. Let's see if our uploads are here, guys. Have they arrived? Looks that way. How many do I have here? Let's take a look. Last one was no OTR. Reassurance squad. Yep. 1, 2. $11. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And 11. Nemesis. Sometimes there's duplicate uploads too. Yeah. All right. This is already done. Okay. Fuck. And then there's one where I had to disconnect to. It's like 35 minutes. Where was that? Peak MMR, BHV, Titan MMR. Okay. Right. Again, this is all backlog, guys, because Twitch uploading was broken, apparently. Yep. I also leave DVD open to farm hours. Dude, the fucking community in this game is hilarious, guys. Absolutely fucking hilarious. Great title, by the way. Because they don't brag about their in-game rank. They brag about how many hours they have in the game. And that immediately tells you two things. One is it separates immediately actually playing the game from just having the game open. And the other one is that some people are maybe cheesing their scores a little bit on that. Yeah. Only game where I've seen people brag about their rank, and instead of using their rank or basically grind number, they're using their hours in the game. Yeah, and then people like write posts about it on Twitter. Not to say there aren't people that play this game a shitload, because there are, but they are definitely not using the right metric for some strange reason. Weirdly enough. I don't know why. September 9th. This is highlight. I really wish this game. I wish you could basically have an archive on your Twitch or on your Twitch on your YouTube, and when you upload stuff to it, it will not flag your account as uploading something new. So people can look at my full streams if they want to, but it only alerts them if highlights pop up. And as far as I know, there's no way of doing that. Kind of shitty. Because I really, like, I'd only notify people of highlights, right? Was it Titan MMR? Yes, it is. So this, and I gotta parts this. We're gonna leave that. Highlight. Use emoji face. There it is. September 9th, September 9th. Which is which? I think in order to see stats on it, you have to wait for it to upload. 1Q. I don't know which is which, because it's not giving me any details on it. I assume it's this one because it's processed faster, which means it's shorter. One's part 1, one's part 2. There isn't 40% or 4%. 10th? Can't even flag like the. You can put the date on here, guys, but I don't think it actually lists the date anywhere on the movie, on the upload. Even like YouTube, there's plenty of things they could do to improve it, and they don't. It makes archiving easier. Another full stream. Yeah. Right. And then there's this guy. Almost there, guys. Luckily, someone at YouTube saw this, or not YouTube, at Twitch saw this, and was like, hey, for some reason, our connection's not working anymore. Our integration's no longer working, guys. Weird. Oh. Okay. Let's see. Both these are full streams. Part 1, Part 2. Which is part 1 and which is part 2, guys? Let's find out together. Credits. Righty. Now to determine which is which. We'll start scheduling to the 14th. Fuck up my schedule too because I haven't saved these yet. Which, alright, let's refresh. MMR. How do they not display like information like resolution, bitrate, length on like any of these? What the fuck is this shit? Process, check back later. For processing, check back later. I guess we'll just assume that the first video is the one that was part 1, guys. Safe assumption, right? Part 1. Okay. Alright, guys. Good to go. Hope to get like 1 view on that. Good. Someone's gonna randomly click on it by accident, so that's all we're looking for. Okay, let's take a look at the Reddits. Where's Overwatch 2 news? What? I remember when I first went to school, guys, and our system administrators had internet locked down so hardcore I couldn't play games. It was absurd. The first semester I was there was so little upstream bandwidth that I couldn't play games, and you only need like 300 kilobits of upstream bandwidth to play games. It was absolutely absurd. I remember that at the time I freaked out about that. We only had like 100 kilobits of upstream bandwidth. It was absolutely absurd. They like locked it down so hard I had to buy an access point and connect to an access point basically across the street that was not locked down properly. Some fucker decided it actually turned into a thing where multiple people saw that it was open, and some fucker logged into it because it wasn't set up. Logged into the administrative panel and changed the access point name, and then locked it out. So no one could use it, and said your wireless is unsecure. Yeah, I still remember that some asshole did that. So then the person, apparently they didn't know how to fix it, because they didn't know how to reset it or whatever. This is back in this is way back. This is when I first went to college. It's like in 2004, 2005. And the person actually went to Best Buy, returned the router, and got a new one. Not even joking. And there's a new access point that was unsecured that was set up maybe 3 days later. And the moment I saw it, I immediately logged in and password protected the account. I immediately logged in and password protected it, so they couldn't whoever fucking did that couldn't lock them up. Couldn't lock everyone out. So I password protected someone's unsecure router. Oh, it's hilarious. So whoever owned it couldn't figure out why it was broken, so then they just returned it and got a different one. Yep. AMD Reddits, guys. Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, some asshole. Like, because the school I went to had, administrator job, system administrator job, so people there go to school for things like CCNA or networking diplomas or networking certifications. I guess high-level stuff for, like, internet backbone, where you manage the internet. High-level backbone stuff. And yeah, it's like anal retentive people that have to have like strict control. Like I completely understand people that are anal retentive admins. It's like a mindset that they have. So when they see something's wrong, they have to try and fix it, even though they break it for whoever's using it. I just happen to be a happy side effect of being able to use it. So yeah, side effect of it being unsecured was me being able to use it. Yep. Nothing. DVD rights. KSA said I have a response waiting for me, but I don't have any messages. Fine to me, KSA. Do this few people play Dredge? Yeah, he was completely... He explains how a grab should not be a thing on healthy survivors. Is this what you're talking about? Yeah. Oh. Yeah? Okay. Yeah, let's get Otts playing against Streamer MMR. Yeah. New leak dev update. There's someone trolling.
Healthy. That's it. It's very simple. Unhooks right now are like gates. If
We
a
already
survivor is
replied to
doing an unhook
this.
in front of you, you can, as any killer, you can just grab them.
It's just a different thread for it.
This forces killers and survivors to play this really stupid
Huxley!
game where the killer has to try to grab them and the survivor
Huxley!
cannot do that. So they
Otts just learned about a game that's been in the game for over 5 years that I figured out a year ago.
Something happens and
Yay!
it's completely up to luck.
Yay, Otts! You're going good, dude. You're going good. Oh my God, he learned how to do Hooksy. Once again, guys, this is one of the fantastic things. We're gonna change categories here too. This is one of the fantastic things about Dead by Daylight is there have been people playing this game, guys, for like 5 fucking years, and there's stuff that they didn't even realize that's in the game. There's stuff that they don't even realize is in the game. Because maybe perhaps they aren't playing against the hardest individuals and they have no idea necessarily what they're doing at high MMR. Yeah, Hooksy, guys. Uh-huh.
Wow.
Okay, hold on, I gotta try to take a hit for you. Oh, there we go.
Nice.
And she still doesn't have any hatchets, so GG.
Like, has he never seen this in his games? He's never had to do this.
We leave. I got your toolbox back.
One of the absolute favorite things I love about this game is there are people who legitimately have played this game for 5 years, apparently at high MMR, and still don't realize tactics and strategies exist. Hooksy, as I call it, has been something I've been doing for over a year at this point, and there's a rhythm and tactic to getting them down right. Getting more to the point, the fact that Ots doesn't know this existed or doesn't think this matters is all the more reason he shouldn't give balancing advice aimed at high MMR. He doesn't need to do it. That means he's never encountered a scenario where he's had to use it, which is very common in high MMR. I stand by my earlier assertion that BHVR has Ots in some weird streamer MMR where he doesn't go against hard squads. Even the occasional rage cheater, when everyone else is getting boatloads, legitimately looks like people who don't even know how to use their cheats. Let alone hold the game hostage. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this literally comes from him having there has to be a word for it. I don't want to use what was it called? Hans Kruger or whatever. The one where basically the person thinks they're much more skilled than they actually are. That's a catch-all. Duns-Kruger. Basically just a catch-all, and anyone can use it. Duns-Kruger. Yeah, it's Dunning-Kruger effect. Right, first time. Dunning-Kruger is where basically you assert that someone thinks they're much more... They think they're a lot more skilled than they actually are, therefore the advice that they give is innately cognitively biased because they think that they're a lot smarter than they actually are, when in fact they aren't. They just think they're a lot smarter, so they think that they actually understand what's going on around them much more than they actually do. It's like everyone just discovered that you can play Hooksy. Jesus fucking Christ, people are fucking stupid. Once again, it has a lot to do with, I think he's in Streamer MMR. I think BHVR intentionally put him in to go against like mid-range MMR so he doesn't get the really tough players. The fucking people that harass you. Because he honestly I don't think he actually, his gameplay is not that good. He's not forced to hook camp and tunnel and he still does really good. And that means that he is playing a kind of mid-range MMR where he can fuck around. You can't fuck around at high MMR, you get punished heavily for it. My post's probably gonna get deleted because he's a favorite of the community. We'll see though. Posted 17 hours ago. How does Mar work? What is Mar? MMR? What particular? That's an open. What are you talking about? How MMR works from the base, how it's scored, what people are at high MMR, what... Yeah, well, what do you want to know about MMR? You're an F. When I was a young lad, I was first introduced to MMR in a game called, was this 1.6? When I first played a competitive game, like it had a ladder in it, maybe League? Yeah, putting aside like community tournaments, I think the first game that actually had a built-in MMR system was League that I played. I've played games plenty before then, but that's one of the first experiences with competitive like League play was in League of Legends. Good stuff. High MMR. So if you can imagine the player base being split up by skill. I mean, if you're asking at the most basic level what MMR is, it's basically splitting up the player base based on skill level. High MMR would be people playing at higher matchmake rank, which is MMR. Higher matchmake rank or higher skill level. Have I seen Black Clover? That's an anime, right? I think so. I don't think it was exceptionally good, though. No. No, I haven't watched it. Well, I don't believe like ratings, especially on Rotten Tomatoes or IMDb, are pertinent. Usually, the ones on A&IDB are relatively good. So, around a 6, that's not worth watching for the most part. Obviously, you could really enjoy something, but there's a lot of anime, and there's a lot of really good anime. So, even 7s are kind of hit or miss. It depends on what you're watching. Have you seen Naruto? Yeah. Has a lot of filler in it, but pretty good. I'd actually say the filler detracted from the series. It would have been a lot better with less filler in it. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of really good anime, but probably one of the best animes I've seen would be Made in Abyss. And new season's currently airing, which I haven't watched yet. There's a lot of good ones. If you're interested, scroll down and watch. Take a look at the must-watch anime list. There's a lot of good ones on there from all different sorts of genres. So, but probably my all-time favorite would be. Normally, I didn't pick one, but I'd say nowadays it's probably Made in Abyss. Has a little bit of everything in there. Starts out as kids that are kind of adolescent to the world, and they think everything's kind of nice and rosy, and then it turns into kind of a horror story, but not really. The kids have to grow up and face harsh reality, which doesn't align with their kind of adolescent views, their ideological views of the world around them, which is the way that people work in real life. Guys. Hmm. Sorry, guys, taking care of something right now. One moment, please. We'll play games at some point here tonight, guys. Oh my. Christ. Oh, geez, guys. Okay. Gotta do some finance stuff. Okay. Let's move along. Just looking for anime recommendations. Good. Oz explains how grab should not be a thing. Okay. Good job, Oz. Yeah. Let's make the game easier at easy MMR. I agree. If you're at lower MMR, survivors need all the help they can get. And that's what Oz is playing at, so. That's not what I'm playing at. Yeah. Survivors do not need another leg up at high MMR. Okay. Let's get into the dibs, guys. Finally. That took too long. 2.5 hour podcast. Yep. Not the plan, Stan. I haven't even stress pooped yet. Jeez. Jeez Louise, guys.
Dead by daylight.
Alrighty. Shall we play some actual games tonight? I think we shall. Oh, got a challenge up. Ah, yes. We did. I think we're done with Killer now? Yep. Also, fuck the orange glyph. The orange glyph can suck my dick. Rider perk. I think we're just out of glyphs now. We're out of, challenges. Yep. Let's put on shite build for the time being. Oh, you know what I didn't? No, cancel. I didn't do. I think I found out a way to, fix my egg indicator earlier today. When I should have been in bed, I was fucking around with, my VPN. Works. Good. Once again, you can't see your ping in the game, so that's kind of a shit thing. As Killer anymore. Yeah, there's no way to see your ping. Ah, yes.
Daylight.
In case you guys are curious. Oh, now I need a stress poop. We'll see if we get through a game. It's like magic. This game's like magic. Just drums up the anxiety. You just instantly feel it. And then you're just regular. Good stuff. Who needs fiber when you have Dead by Daylight? Alrighty, guys. Let's see what kind of games we get tonight. Very long podcast and not intentional in any way, shape, or form. Oh, here we are. Do. Have an anonymous name. Next game. By a Lottie. Next. Use? Three globes. That is also... Guys. Sorry. Take me to Ormond. I'll freak out. Okay. Basement hooks. I think some people do basement hooks as a way of, well, no, it's picking the location of the basement. Basement hooks. So I think basement hooks is for finding a box. Attempting to get into the match and find something with a looting build. Take a look at that at the end. I've never really figured out why people do basement hooks. Location and then spawn spot. Hmm. In which, guys, came off for first game. Off we go. Good, good, good. Break a cuck door. There it is. That's the major cuck. Gone. Alrighty. Gone. Can't spend time down here. Tap and leave. A lot of progress. Has to be 3 people on this gen. Head on? Playing stealth, guys. Hey, buddy. Fast. W key. Drop that. Huh. Free drop. Yeah. Get a friend immediately come out to help her. All the fucking way down there, guys. Good shit. Like I said, she's fast. Got in the cheater lobby right out the gates. Yeah. Sure she's cheating. Good shit. Yeah, this guy's 100% cheating. How many rounds do you think we're gonna do on the school before we catch up to her? We aren't even chase with her. Fuck is that shit? There was a guy on the gen. I heard him on the gen, guys. Yeah. Cheat lobby, guys. He's a knower. Yeah, he's 100% cheating. Fucking obnoxious. That should have been a cutoff, guys. You didn't see my aura. I was hiding it, looking at the wall. Good shit. Yeah, he's just going for every single one of the god tier pallets. Off, dude. This is 100% a cheater, guys. There's like 3 gens that are 99 right now, by the way. Okay. Now we wait. Yeah, he's like, I'm pretty sure he's running at like maybe 108%, but then on top of it, he's like getting a speed boost from behind corners too on top of it. So. We aren't gonna leave. There's no reason to leave. The gens are basically done at this point. This game's over. Lobby. No, not reassurance. Whatever will I do? Gens, once again, are done. There's no reason for me to leave. Oh, wait. Once again, gens are done. There's no reason to leave this. Just walk through my fucking character, guys. Leg switch. That's a leg switch right there. Let's infect him. Oh, I can't do anything at all right now. Oh, yeah? They just DDoSed me. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, like, literally nothing to fucking do here. Ha! That's the first time I've seen that, guys. Game's over. So they somehow lagged out my client and my connection exactly when they needed me to, and I couldn't actually perform a swap. This is 100% cheat lobbies, as I mentioned, guys, so... I could just leave the lobby too, and I'm contemplating on it, but I'm not going to. Cause it's gonna save more time waiting for them to finish the gens, so. Good shit. Uh-huh. Huh. So once again, that's the first time I've seen that before, where you get mini DDoS while someone comes for a hook. I've seen people leg out and leg switch. That's not what happened there. Yeah. Luckily, we use a VPN. This is a full report, so this is a 4-man cheat lobby. I'd even classify this as a rage cheat. And by the way, they shouldn't even have this much for scoring. This doesn't even remotely make sense. You can't end up with 19,000 points when there's no chases, there's no unhooks, nothing happened in this match. Yeah. 3 heals? It wasn't even me, those the zombies. Yeah, this does not remotely make sense. So I think the only guy that wasn't cheating was the Meg. That was a straight up cheat lobby, guys. Good shit. So we're definitely getting focused immediately right out of the gates. We're going to do some finagling in the background here, guys. That's pretty obnoxious. You can't make this shit up. That wasn't remotely... Yeah. Oh, by the way, you just happened to leg out right when Jonah decided to go through your character to rescue the guy on the hook. Oh my god, it's your shit internet. You're going through walls. When was I ever going through walls, guys? There was literally... It was just going around in a circle. There's no one going through walls. I literally could see my ping. What a stupid piece of shit. Holy fuck. And they actually, like, expect me to believe... Like, that is 100% rage cheating. My connection drops out immediately when the Jonah goes for an unhook, and then appears when they're all the way across the school. Yeah, okay, and no other point in that match did anything ever happen like that, and it only happened when Jonah went right through me to get an unhook. Yeah, you can fucking suck my dick. That's like straight up rage cheating right there. Like, they knew I wasn't going to leave and it was going to be a 1 or 2K, which is why they didn't even fucking cleanse, like, they even try to play. They just immediately crutched on cheating. Oh my god, guys. Fucking hilarious. Christ. We're legit, by the way. I don't know these guys. Yeah, of course you don't fucking know those guys. Can't make this shit up, guys. Oh. And, like, they're trying to jack off on me, too. There's 100% of, like, I don't even know why they're doing the gen above me. I think that was trying to get me into a chase with the Fang so she could BM me at the end there. Because I heard her drop behind me. Yeah, there was 100% of Gen 99 somewhere on the map. Those gens all went way too fucking fast, too, on top of it. And then it took us a shitload of time to actually catch the Fang in the first place. To catch up to the Fang. Yeah, she was incredibly fast. It's like a 109 or 110% speed hack. I'd say 110. It's like a combination of like maybe like 107 mixed with when she's behind wall, she moves at like 112. So it's kind of balancing out somewhere around 110 when she's just in front of me W keying. That's pretty absurd. Oh, first cheat lobby of the night, guys. Congratulations. And like there was no one else there to chase too. Like they just disappeared into the nether the moment I appeared. Yeah, 100% cheating. Oh, first game of the night, guys. It's been a while since I've run into rage cheaters. That was definitely a focus lobby. Definitely been a while since I've run into rage cheaters. I'd say like because we do a relatively good job of hiding my account information. Like it's usually when we run into cheaters, it's not a rage lobby. Yeah, that I guess they expected me not to notice the fact that my game dropped out, and then all of a sudden everything resynced 30 seconds later, 20 seconds later when they're across the map. Yeah, your shit, like literally at the end there. Oh, your shit internet. Yeah, like didn't even remotely mention it beforehand. Didn't even fucking matter. Like the guy wasn't even remotely good in looping either. Good evening, Stamps. Hope you're having a good evening. Didn't matter because he can't catch up to him, so he can't hit him. Because once again, if people are cheating and they have action speed bonuses, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you're doing. So, unreal. Ah, good shit, guys. There's nothing you can do against it. There was absolutely nothing I could do in that match. And what I did do, they just cheated, just rage cheated and just undid it. So they could have literally just started flying around. It would have been the same shit. Didn't even fucking play the game. Guys. Oh, they had a BNP. That's why the gens went so fast, too. Ah, the 25% of one gen. That's why it went so fast. Ah, yeah. Ah. First solo, by the way. I'm on PC. There's no way I could be matched with globes. I used to hear that all the time, by the way. We're going to cam off for this one, too. Yeah, it used to be very common last year for people to say that they weren't grouped with them because they're on Steam and those guys are globes. Like, they expect, like, cross-platform's been in this game for, like, fucking 3-4 years at this point. I expect you not to understand how the friends list works. Cold Wind! Oh, buddy. Thank you. Seems fast. What? That's weird. Is there gonna be someone here to slap? Nope. That was really weird. This fucking happened there. Cut. Come on, unhook for me? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Leon, do it. Do it. Give him a head nod. Back to normal survivors, guys. Else here? Back, apparently. Guy in front of me. Die, Leon. One of the things about the bracelets is they're definitely a little bit sticky. There you go. Let the zombie fuck with the ash, we're gonna leave. Face you? Been in face you. Ash. Oh, she fucked up. She's trying to sit on the hay bale. Ah. Welcome to a normal game, guys. Even the Leon was a little bit fast. I'm gonna go here in the center. Hey, buddy. Ash should be back on this gen. God. Yeah, should have punched. WQ2. Yes, she did. Distance again. No, as ambitious. Christ. This gun, guys. Adam might still be here. Let's find out. DS? Nope. Okay. I think there's a better hook. We could go for that one, but Ash is probably going to body block. So, go here. Do we notice some difference between the two games in terms of gen speed? Yeah, better. Oh, I'll go my way. Fine. Oh no, she got me. Huh? Oh. They must have saw the post on Reddit about playing Hooksy, and now they know the secrets. Oh. Your turn, Ash. Would you like to play Hooksy too? Okay. So who do you think has Unbreakable? Ash hasn't been moving. Ad has been moving. That's a dead corner, by the way. Not gonna actually move. That's gonna work in our favor, because then we might actually be able to get her to a hook. So we're gonna go Katie instead. We probably can get added to that other one. Actually, we picked her, so we can't get her to that hook anyways. Oh, wait for 4% deliverance. Do you guys notice a difference between this game and last game? Because I definitely do. Mainly the part where we can actually catch up to the survivors, but, you know, there's that. It's like 6 loops around the school. Not 6 loops, it was like 4 loops around the school. It was absurd. 4 lengths, 6 lengths of the school, so a loop and a half. Buddy. Now we gotta wait for Ash to die. I know. I don't want you 4%ing or using Deliverance. That would be horrible. Hey, Dash. She starts wiggling, we're gonna drop her though, because she has like 30% wiggle time. Give her some tentacle licks. Mmm. A hentai. Lovely. Mm-hmm. Good, good, good. Much better. Much better. It must have been the DMMR. Ash had hyperfocus. Overzealous. Anti-camping, there's BT for the people. Internal anti-camp, there's no OTRs, no DS. 1 BT. That was on the guy we hooked. No kinship. I don't want to say it wouldn't have mattered, but it wouldn't have mattered. But yeah, that was a 4-gen game, and it probably would have been a 2-gen game instead. So I think that's pretty accurate for those players. So good. Much better, guys. Much better. Surprise! It's not a cheater lobby. Land was kind of sus though. Alrighty, guys. I gotta go take a poo. It's in the loo. Not for you. But I'll be right back in a second. One moment. Alrighty, guys. Sorry about that. Next great adventure. Good. Mm-hmm. Alright. Mm-hmm. We have Anonymous. Next game. No Anons, guys. Shit, I want to play fucking Doctor tonight. We've had things just holding me back. Spending time just doing stupid shits like uploads and talking about videos. That's only supposed to be 20 minutes. And then at the same time, also running into cheat lobbies and loads. Do 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 do. Good. Alrighty. One globe. Globes. Rank 0 count. Sauce, but we aren't going to dodge because Qs are slow. B. We don't play against TTVs, guys, to reduce drama. Hmm. No, I guess I don't word it properly. Their Steam profile's rank 0. They have level 0 Steam account. That means basically they have one game on it, which is Dead by Daylight. Not the prestige of their player. Yeah, that was a rank 0 Steam. I didn't dodge the lobby because of that, though. I dodged it because of the TTV that was streaming. But yeah, if they have a Steam profile and it's level 0, that literally means they have like one game on it, which is Dead by Daylight. Which is sus because most people have more than one game at this point in their life. Not this point in their life, I'm obviously older than, well, I can be older than whoever I'm talking about, but almost everyone has more than one game on their Steam profile. If they don't, then you're like, huh, it might just be a Smurf, or it could be someone on a cheater account. So... that's generally a reason I won't play against rank 0s. Prestige 0... level 0s. But when they're private, you can't see their levels, so... I really wish they should. You should be able to see someone's level. I don't think that's giving away too much information. Globes... Weeb... Another level 0 account. But we'll play it. I mean, we got an Ultra Swift, we got, not just an Ultra, we got a Rage Shield lobby earlier, so. I think, playing against just normal cheaters, I don't think is that big of a deal. We'll see, though. Like I said, we're loosening things up, so. Mm-hmm. I don't know why, but there is a boatload. There is a boatload of Asian people, like they aren't from the US. Boatload of Asian people on Tinder, which are probably fake accounts, but they could also just be scammers. Like, very common. And I don't live anywhere close to West Coast, so... I mean, even if I live close to West Coast, it's more than 100 miles to Asia, so... Very fast. Unlikely that the two globes are council. Cam off. I should really remember who the sus accounts are for chases. I know what I'm doing. I wasn't talking about Prestige 0. I'm talking about their Steam account. It has a number on it, which is generally representative of the amount of games they have on their account. What the fuck was that? Sound like an opening sound. Broke my zombie right next to the gen. You guys. Yes, sir. There has to be 3 people here for how much progress the gen is. They have a BNP. WQ? Desync. I know she's gonna try and do that. Doing like that. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's normal, but it does happen with people that are trying out new characters. You're just going back to the earlier talk we had. That was relating to the start of anniversary update, and it does not apply to later on. The start of the anniversary update is rare to see people with rank 0 accounts. Later on, it is more common. People get more perks across the board for different things they're using. Appearance? Ah, they saw the Otstarva Reddit clip, guys. No, we're gonna wait for phase 2. Hi. Yep. Get unhooked right now. She didn't get unhooked. Here she goes. Bye. Balance. I should have hit just now, that was weird. That was also very weird. She pushed the other guy out of the way. Okay. W key. Very, very weird. Pre-drop. I wonder if that fucking Zarina at the hook earlier was trying to toggle. Yeah. Bye. What's going on there, guys? Drop. Nope, she fucked up big time. Yeah. Picking up right now. So the guy's not here. Yep. Yeah, buddy. Pickups. She wants me to chase her, so we aren't going to chase her. That probably means there's something sus going on there, or she wants to quit either way. We aren't going to do that. Drop. Holy shit, she's fast. Hey guys, look, both of my zombies are broken in exactly the same spot. Isn't this ridiculous, guys? Isn't this kind of weird? This is kind of weird, guys, how they just all parked the same exact spot on the map. This is kind of weird, guys. Seems kind of weird, isn't it? Seems kind of weird. Isn't that kind of weird, guys? Seems kind of weird. It's very weird, isn't it, guys? Kind of weird, right, guys? Arena's actually bad, we'll see. Out here. Oh, the guy's not ready to be picked up yet. There's no pallet here anymore. Hey, look, Serena just 4%ed off the hook, guys. Isn't that kind of weird? Didn't even make a sound. That's even weirder. So she 4% off the hook, made 0 sound, and then she just took off. Yeah, she just had a silent unhook. DS now. No DS. She's dead. And she's not dead. Because she 4%ed. Or was it unbreakable? What? That was Nia. Nia 4%ed then. Wait, what? I swear it hooked. No, no, it wasn't Zarina, it was Nia. I remember infecting her though. That's about. Yes, now she has it. That was a mindfuck right there. It was Nia on the hook. She didn't have the wardrobe. She isn't death hook. She 4% unless Zarina unbreakable. Zarina must have unbreakable then. I'm not trying to kill her. I mean, I was trying to kill whoever's on the hook. Narrative right now. So it must have been Zarina unbreakable and unhooked the Nia. Oh no, not that. Just wasted a bunch of time. Drop. Nope. RNG for hatch now, guys. What are you doing? I guess she isn't willing to take a hatch. DCX play for hatch. Take it? Okay. I'm not giving you hatch. Appreciate the fair play. Good? Huh. Yeah. You've surmised as much at this point. Good, good. I always tunnel in camp. Be my private profile. Star at high. You can imagine coordination and comms increases your and as so I'm sorry you guys aren't. 4K bad? No, MMR is based on how many kills you get right. You mean they let you escape? That doesn't mean they're good. And I feel good about trying at the end. Big at exit gates, you actually think you're good. That you have to be delusional. Why would I accept it? 4K bad. I'm not. It has to try and convince other side and game that I won. Yes. Imagine doing what helps you win. Yes. And you guys body blocked, deformed, team unhooks, distraction plays, attempted to interrupt. And stop that. Yes, I did. Because it helps you win. Strategy and tactics. Hey, Dad. You realize I 4K'd, right? Let's start out there during this session. Game isn't about chases. It's literally about killing survivors. Yep. I do what helps me win. I'm glad we already established this. And that matters to me what? Okay, bad. Once again, you realize those skulls next to your name means you died. Right? The scene isn't I win button either. Yes. You're getting it now, which means you still lost. Okay. Tell your girl you got 4K in DVD by a baby killer. You seem to care a lot about it. But a baby killer. By a baby killer? And that's a highlight. Holy fuck, spoiled and entitled out the wazoo, guys. They got me good. And by the way, that apparently hurts. That hurts them hardcore. Apparently I'm supposed to tell my girl that I gave someone head when we 4K'd them. I don't think they understand how a submissive role works, guys. When they're getting it, that means they lost, right? So if they lost, they're the one that gave it to me. Like, a blowjob, that is. Unless we're talking about anal sex, in which case I gave it to them, right? Assumedly, I won here. They wouldn't actually admit that I won, by the way. That's hilarious. Yeah, and disconnect is not a they win button. Disconnect is not an I win button. Holy shit, guys. And then we just had one group that's completely off the rocker. So we had a rage cheat group earlier tonight, and then we just had one squad that's completely off the rocker. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I don't know why the Zarina waited for a second stage. That's why it didn't make sense. Zarina waited for second stage on the Nia before unhooking her. That was really weird. Yeah, don't camp, don't tunnel. Just do what we want so we can win easier. I have talked to a killer with 5,000 hours, once again perpetuated by the Dead by Daylight community. Hours, not your prestige number. What the fuck is this? Player level? Not your player level. Not your fucking player level, guys. How many hours you have in the game, which is literally just your Steam profile. Yeah, like, it fucking matters. $5,000 hours? My friend left Dead by Daylight on the entire year. He has over 6,000 hours in Dead by Daylight, and his player level's 1. Oh, okay. Yeah, get good. Don't get... How about I do what helps me win, and you can suck my dick. Yeah, those guys are trying really hard to save that other fucking guy, and then they both ended up on the ground multiple times. By the way, those gens in that game went relatively... I'd even say that some of those guys were sus as shit, too. It was the Nia. Not the Zarina, it was the Nia that was sus as shit. And possibly the Rebecca a little bit. But the Rebecca also had a lot of help. Yeah. I'd even mention their anti-tunnel... Did they even have any anti-tunnel perks? Capping anti-tunneling perks? I don't think they did. Why would they do that, right? Then they can't have as much fun. Oh, okay. Fucking weird games, guys. Weird night in general. Something feels off in the cosmos. Something's going on here. Still waiting for aliens. Haven't visited us, or haven't told us they visited. This load bar is kind of sus, by the way. Yeah, we may, Yep. Game. We already got a raid sheet lobby tonight, guys. Like, the load bar is almost completely dependent on the server, and if the server is glitching out, that probably means something else is happening. No, that meant the server wasn't loading properly, or something was going on properly with the server. Normally, it will go, like, maybe 4/5 the way, and then it'll go to almost, like, 15/16, and then it'll go all the rest of the way, right before it loads for everyone. Something going on there. Oh my god, Mom turned on the microwave. She understood my peril. Oh, and she saved me. Oh, thank God, guys. Weird night, guys. Weird night. That was Dibba Dibba Doos by bensamTech. Next up is some Whoop De Doos. Doop loop de doo doop doop doo doo doop doop doo 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 doop doo doo woo ba doo ba doo 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 woo ba doo ba doo ba doo 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 doo. And long cues, which is questionable, but I guess. What? Oh. What? Got some long queues here, guys. Oh, we didn't check that one, the raid sheet lobby? I think there's someone there that's sus, and I took it anyways. Oh, I should have... Like, so much shit happens at the end of the match. Take time to look at it. We got a memer. Private profile. Memer and furry. Okay. Another cheat lobby, guys? Let's find out. BP offerings. Yamako Estate, guys. Okay. Be it Jen, so probably wants a chase. Buddy. They moved these out. These are new. Normally those are closer to the wall. Yeah. What are you doing? Okay. Seems like there's more trees too now. He thinks he can't go through that. Let's see. He's probably back on the center gen. Okay, well that sucks. Sometimes there's a hook that's up top. Looks like there isn't one this time. He used W keyed as far away from gens as he could. Tap, bait Leon to unhook or Steve to unhook. Let me just drop. Unhooking. Would you like to unhook him? Okay. On the side. Shield. He has BT. No. Based on a speedy at BT. DS maybe? Once again, it's kind of weird. I think it's mainly because of the hooks at main building. We can't get to the basement. Great if we could have got to the basement hooks. Hi. Pretty sure she had sprint burst. Let's push her. There you go. Good job, Leon. Tap again because we're here for multitasking. Right into the zombie. Maybe save DS? Probably not. Not use this one because it's close, so let's go to the far hook. Not sure why she did that. Why? Oh, actually. Weird. Okay, Jill. Could actually go basement with her. We're gonna do. Back on the gen upstairs. Up top to this gen. Pretty fantastic. Came back up. No. Oh no, he teabagged me. How the fuck is she revolting that? That's oh, that's on the other side. They're throwing a fit now. Because they realize what position they're in right now. Yeah. Oh no, not strategy and tactics, guys. Oh, that's uncouth. This is a gentleman's game. This is a gentleman's game. Don't you see us teabagging you at the exit? This is a gentleman's game. Don't do things that help you win. Do what we want. Do what we want so we can teabag you. Luckily, we know exactly where the Shiva is, so it's not really a big deal. Go for last second save. Since we know where Shiva is, we're gonna go after Steve. Walked through my character and I lost him. Yeah. Like BHVR designs it to be that way. BHVR 100% could stop that shit if they wanted to. Back up top. Okay. I should have whipped her too. Fine. That makes more sound, so. Being hurt makes more sound than being whipped. Both make sound though. Here. Just trying to get their last health off. Your plan was there, but it's not the way that you thought it was going to work out. Okay. Now 4% deliverance. Shiva wants some hente? I think so. Oh yeah, Shiva. Oh yeah. Oh, she loves it. Waiting for 4% deliverance right now, guys. On the raid sheet lobby, did we even get Noed? I don't remember. Just thinking about that right now. So I opened the exit gates right away. Jesus Christ. It's those sounds at the end. Oh. Wow, that was very climactic. It was. RNG for Hatch now. I think Steve's in the same spot. Probably not. Holy shit. RNG for Hatch. I hear a Steven. Hey, Steven. Hey, buddy. A nice guy. Jesus Christ. That's the dying sound now. Oh. Oh, she was gone. Let's see. 2 lightweights. Once again, guys, when I talk about erratic scratch marks, people that have erratic scratch marks almost never have lightweight. Lightweight is the only perk that causes erratic scratch marks, and it's not. Inconsistent spacing, it's called. It's not bad. It is not bad at all. Erratic scratch marks are when the entire splotches are just missing on the ground when I call it out, and it is almost never. 2 of these guys are running lightweight, and it didn't matter. When I call erratic scratch marks, it's really fucking bad. And it's completely different than lightweight. Lightweight kind of does the same thing, but it's actually manageable. Sporadic scratch marks are just completely it's like taking lightweight and turning it up to like 30 times, 300%. That'd be 3 times. 3,000%. We had blast mines. There's hope. Dead hard. 1 DS. No OTRs. No BTs. No kinship. No reassurance. That one lobby that's bitching about hook camping tunneling. Do we look see what perks they had for that? I don't think we did. Yeah, the splooge dying sounds there, guys. Yeah, that's just too much. Good. See how long it takes us to get another game. We should be past the MMR loss. Well, the first game after the MMR loss should have immediately just restored our MMR, so. You're not at high MMR? The fuck I'm not. You can suck my dick. Right. One globe. Got a ping indicator. Grass name with hentai in profile picture. I guess we're taking those, aren't we? And then another weeb, and also crass name. Probably a cheat lobby, guys. Yeah, like if you guys have ever seen like H manga, so hentai manga, adult manga, right? You can immediately tell when it's from adult manga, just based on the faces they make, which was actually a big thing for emotes on Twitch for a while, and then they started getting rid of those hook spreads, so we might have flashlight lobby. They started taking them down because they're too lewd. Oh, Jesus Christ. Fuck you, hair. The worst thing, guys, is when you get some hair and it goes into your ear, and then it just tickles the inside of your ear. It's one of the worst things about having long hair. To get, because your hair breaks naturally over time. Cam off, badam, so very likely cheat squad, guys. We'll see. Let's break your cuck doors. So we got ultra crass names and badam. Because once again, one of the biggest indicators that people are cheating is usually crass names. There, I don't care. We're gonna go and get rid of the Katie. Not Katie, Mega Cuck. Mega Cuck? It is not a Mega Cuck. Oh my god. Buddy. How could you go around the fence? Okay. Then again, they could just be normies. We'll see. Actually, I think Felix was the one globe. Hey, buddy. Drop. I heard the gen. Okay. I think this is actually the one globe player in the lobby. We'll use him. Oh, surprise, it finishes the last second. Okay. Hook, that's beautiful. She unhooked faster than normal. Aye. DS if he has it. Here. I feel like they're gonna get in my way. Right? If she wants to unhook and farm him, she can. Goes. Felix wants out. That's fine. So he's a third. He's definitely a second or third party. So, all right. Bye, Felix. Right. Hey, buddy. Nope. Ooh, that's close. Broke one of my zombies. Let's go tap this. Hey, buddy. We have a better hook, or is it just this one? We got a better hook. Why does it sound like he's making the same sound as her? What's that? Yeah, they farmed the shit out of the Felix. They didn't even try to save him. Probably will calling him a shitter the entire time. Tap him back. Okay, deliverance. Protect him? You definitely should. Yeah, protect the shit out of her. Protect the shit out of her. Nope. Yeah. And school, lots of pallets, but it's not gonna save her now. DS, if she has it. She does. Okay. Guess she wants me to open the door? Oh, she's going for long window. Oh, that was with the tip of the tip, guys. That was a beautiful tip, if I do say so myself. Hey, buddy. We're definitely going to take this guy's gen. Right here. Hey, guys. Nope. That is not the answer. You guys unbreakable? Let's find out. So I stereotyped them, guys. I thought because of their crass name that they're gonna cheat. But it appears as though they're relatively normal people. Living their normal lives. W Keen? He is. Relatively fast, though. Hey, buddy. Is it downstairs only? He's going to drop the mega pallet. Again, going to go and do the pallet. No, we aren't gonna. We aren't gonna whip him. He gets a lot of fucking distance here, guys. We dropped chase on him too. Well, one chase. Thank you. Yeah, he got a shitload of distance, guys. Probably should have saved this one. Now we wait for 4% of deliverance. So David might be sus. Just based on the pure amount of time it took us to catch up to him. And we went all the way over there, then through the house, and then around. We even like cut off distance, like I W keyed through there. And just like tried to meet him on the side, like I didn't even follow his path directly. So David definitely could be cheating, like a 107, I'd say. Still not, like, the first game, guys, the rage cheating game, just completely threw off my perception of the game. Just after playing that, it was just completely fucked up. It was like a guy that was running like a 108%, and then every time he'd go behind walls, he'd go like to 112 or 113%. It was pretty absurd. He might even be moving the same speed as me. %4 in deliverance. Mm-hmm. Alright, next hook's over there. We can still make that, though. We're gonna wait for the David to die. He might just bleed out. Depends if David kills himself or not. David still hasn't killed himself yet. We could just drop him and kill him too. I want my points, David. This isn't a 4K. If he bleeds out, survivors tell me that's not actually a kill. Even though they died. By the way, we picked him up at literally the absolute last second. That's why he doesn't have a bleed bar anymore. Yeah. Hi, Steven. That's not Steven, that's Jonathan. Dude, they look so much like you. I'm like, one of the best things of the game, like adding the anonymous mode, is the names on the left side. There's so many characters in this game, guys. I wouldn't have not known that as Jonathan without like cross-referencing the menu and then getting confused why it's not a Steve. Good. I was wrong, guys. I was wrong. The David's the globe. Wrong. The sus guy is actually the globe. The Felix was not the globe. Unbreakable, or Deliverance, excuse me. David, I'm very certain, was cheating. It wasn't a close, though. I'm talking about the House of Pain. Can't see red anymore, apparently. Yeah, I thought it was a Felix. It wasn't. David was actually the sus one. Not one of the crass names, by the way, guys. This actually is not the crass name guy. Look at this. If you're, this is just a weeb, but this is crass names, right? I was like, okay. Yeah, just crass names. Oh, hey, look, it's a rank 0 account. That is totally a GIF from a hentai. Actually, no, that's wrong. We've debunked that already. The Steam level there is actually wrong. It'll just give you rank 0 all the time when it's private. Yeah. So, crass profile. Okay. Then we have another one, definitely straight out of hentai. Yep. Man Milker, Young Digger Dick. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Good. Felix was normal. Yeah, this is just a memer. That's probably that's probably a chick. We killed their love interest, guys. And David, I'm pretty sure, was cheating. Good. Good stuff, guys. All right. I'm out here for this evening, guys. Tomorrow will be more Dead by Daylight, so you guys have that to look forward to, not to look forward to. Hopefully, we'll have more games tomorrow. We got started really late, mainly because we covered some Tube stuff. Tubes, Reddits, and doing some uploads. And then we ran into a Raid Sheet lobby right out of the gates. Yeah, first game of the night, just Raid Sheet lobby. Yikes. Good. Alrighty, guys, I'm out of here for this evening, though, guys. If you're new to the stream, you enjoyed the bullshit, you enjoyed the fun, you enjoyed the... Oh, wait a second, we have our Entitled lobby. The Entitled Survivors. Make sure to follow in the top right-hand corner. You stream every day from evening to late night. GMT -6, so 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 to 2 a.m., give or take. Depends what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc., etc. We have a lobby to highlight. That cheating spoiled an Entitled lobby. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Give that a go. Hi. Yep. Get unhooked right now. She didn't get unhooked. Here she goes. Bye. Like I said, we're listening. I should really live anywhere close to West Coast, so. I mean, even if I live close to West Coast, it's more than 100 miles to Asia, so. Very fast. Unlikely that the two globes are council. They weren't. Hey guys, look, both of my zombies are broken in exactly the same spot. Isn't this ridiculous, guys? Isn't this kind of weird? This is kind of weird, guys, how they're just all parked at the same exact spot on the map. This is kind of weird, guys. Seems kind of weird, isn't it? Seems kind of weird. Isn't that kind of weird, guys? Seems kind of weird. It's very weird. It was kind of weird. Kind of weird, right, guys? He's right, it was kind of weird. What was this guy saying? It was kind of weird. We'll say. Strategic hooks. Just 4% off the hook, guys. Isn't that kind of weird? Not ready to be picked up yet. There's no pallet here anymore. Well, this is the weird shit that happened. So Neo won phase 2 and Zarina Unbreakables. Hey, yeah. Look, Zarina just 4% off the hook, guys. Isn't that kind of that? Eventually figured that out. What that was? She's like trying to spin through me or something. I have the breakable. Who was the one that was bent out of the shape at the end? It was Neo, wasn't it? It was also the one that I thought was cheating. My was Neo profile. You unhooks, distraction, plays, attempted to interrupt. And stop that. Yes, I did. Because it helps you win. Strategy and tactics. Hey, Dad. Imagine being smart. You realize I 4K'd, right? I didn't mention that, but you know, you do that if you're smart, right? During this session. Scared of chases. Isn't about chases. It's literally about killing survivors. Yep. I do what helps me win. I'm glad we already established this. And that matters to me what? Okay, Dad. Once again, you realize those skulls next to your name means you died. Right? The scene isn't I win button either. Yes. Yeah, baby. And by the way, that hilarious. Holy shit, guys. And then we just had one group that's completely off. A rage cheat group earlier tonight, and then we just had one squad that's completely off the rocker. Oh, that's good. I have to ask them sometimes if they know those skulls next to their name mean they die. They died, because sometimes it legitimately feels like they don't know they actually died. Another reason why you never listen to what survivors tell you. Nice. Okay. Alrighty, guys. I am out here for this evening, guys. Tomorrow will be more of the... Alrighty, guys. Anyways, thanks for watching my stream as always, guys, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Monday night and Tuesday morning. Have a good day, guys.